comfort. Because if you were in discomfort, you wish that someone would sacrifice for you. We have all been in places where we were at our lowest stages, seeking answers, looking for a helping hand. And we wish that someone would be there to pull us out. The reality is that the message of Husayn teaches us that if you see your brother and you are able to help him, you must, as an obligatory service, you must help your brother in need. But today society has moved away from it. Society today tells you that you must not care about your brothers and sisters. You must care about yourself. You must fight with each other and compete with each other. Whereas Islam and the message of Husayn says, you must help each other to grow. You must share your resources and love one another. This is the message of Husayn. This is the message that you must remember when you see the tadjahs in the street. Remember that a man died 1400 years ago, whose name was Husayn, who preached this very message of justice and love, and he was killed for it. And so his name continues until today, even here in this small island of Trinidad and Tobago. All the way from Iraq where he was killed, the people of Trinidad and Tobago still remember his name. That every single year, they build these tadjahs, which represent his shrine in Karbala. The tadjahs that are put through the streets, that you see being put through the streets, that are decorated and well lit, these are actually replicas of the shrine of someone called Husayn. A man who stood for justice and peace and love 1400 years ago. That from the time of his death 1400 years ago until now, every single year for 1400 years, people come out and they call his name. They say, Ya Husayn. They call his name as a reminder that the human being was not made to just be born, waste his time, live in vain and then die. That you were created for some purpose higher than yourself. And this purpose is to love your brothers and sisters. This purpose is to show that your life has more meaning than just gang violence. To show that your life has more meaning than just to waste your time partying and drinking. That this life has more meaning to whatever it is that you are being distracted to do. The purpose of your life is to help each other to grow, to show that love, be compassionate, show humanity. It doesn't matter your age, it doesn't matter your race, your religion, your nationality, your class. The message of Husayn transcends all of these things. The message of Husayn is a message that transcends religion. The word Husayn comes from the name Husayn, the grandson of the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, who was killed 1400 years ago because he took a stance for justice. Because he stood up in a society in a time where the people were seeing corruption and seeing injustice taking place, and they ignored it like they were asleep. So Husayn stood up and he said enough is enough. And he called the people to justice. He called the people to open their eyes and wake up. Just like today, our society is filled with injustice. Our society has lost its love. Our society has lost its compassion. Our leaders are corrupt and they don't care about the people. The youth are misguided and killing each other in the streets, and nobody bats an eyelid. Who is going to show that love and compassion for the society? Someone must stand up and say, enough is enough. And so we take the stance today to show you what is the message of Husayn. The message of this man who gave his life. He stood up against a ruler who was corrupt. He stood up 1400 years ago, this man named Husayn, against a tyrant and told him, enough is enough with your corruption and your evil. And he was killed for it. And because of his stance and because he died in such a manner of honor and bravery, till this day, even here in Trinidad and Tobago, our small island, you still have the name Hussain being called every single year in what we call a Hussain. That even people who don't know the name of Imam Hussain, they don't know the meaning behind the Hussain. They don't know why they push the tadjah through the streets. They don't know the meaning behind the Tasa. That the Tasa represents the horses, the hoofs of the horses that rode in the battle that Imam Hussain was killed in. They don't know that the heavy drums, the bass drums, they represent war drums in the battle that Imam Hussain was killed in. They don't know that the chimes, they represent the clashing of swords in the battle that Imam Hussain was killed in. They don't know that the tadjahs that are pushed through the streets, the Hussain, they represent replicas of the shrine of a man called Husayn, who died 1400 years ago, preaching a message of love and peace and compassion and humanity. And so we remind the people tonight, we remind the people about the message of Husayn. What is the underlying message of Husayn? What is it that caused this thing? That even though it started out across the whole of Trinidad and Tobago, that from Lavantel to Five Rivers, to Cedros, to Palmas, to Tunatuna, to Kura, you had Hussain coming out long ago. Now it's only in St. James and Cedros. Why is it still alive? Why do these people persist and still build this thing and walk through the streets? It's because of the message of Hussain. The message of love that transcends time. The message of peace that transcends time. The message that tells our young men to put down the guns, to get about that lifestyle. Don't call the name of Islam when you're picking up a gun and killing somebody. That is not Islam. Islam is showing your brothers love. Hussain preached a message that if you have an enemy, give him 1,000 chances to become your friend. And give your friend no chance to become your enemy. Today people are just going around making enemies and walking around proud as if it's something to be proud of. The message of Hussain, brothers and sisters, is a message of unity and love and peace. A message that calls people back to their humanity. To see that your lifestyle isn't bringing you any benefits. If your lifestyle isn't giving you any benefits, if you are still frustrated, if you are still starving the night in the home and you're crying on the pillow, it means that your lifestyle isn't working for you. Therefore you have to change it. This is the message of Hussain. Hussain, coming from the name Hussain, the man who died, calling for righteousness and love and justice. We will be here every single year ensuring that his name doesn't die. We will be here alongside our brothers and sisters who push the tadjahs through the streets, supporting them, letting them know that we will not let the name of Hussain die. We will not let the message of Hussain die. That every single year we will be back here crying, Ya Hussain! Ya Hussain! Ya Hussain! We will make a cry that Imam Hussain, when he was killed in the battle of Karbala, he made a cry, he said, Halim Nasr Suriname. Is there anyone who will help us? We are still here and saying that yes, we are here to still help you 1400 years later. We will carry on your message. We will help you to let the people know what is love, what is mercy, what is compassion, what is humanity, what is the message of Hussain. And so tonight, brothers and sisters, we invite you to come across to the tents that you see here. The tents have information here. The message of Imam Hussain. We have handouts. We have posters telling you about Hussain. We have gifts. Imam Hussain would have been killed 1400 years ago in the hot deserts of Iraq after being starved and cut off from water for 3 days. We are giving out water tonight for free in his honor. We are giving out food tonight in his honor. We are ensuring that the people understand that humanity lives on to the name of Hussein. We are helping people to understand that even if you don't know Hussein, you don't know about him, you don't know what the tadjahs and the Hussein represent, just by being here in St. James, you can participate and feel the love of Hussein. So we invite you to come across here to our tent while you are waiting for the tadjahs to come out. Understand the message of Imam Hussein and what this commemoration here in St. James is. So when you see the tadjahs passing through, when you see the tadjahs passing through and the tadjah is rolling, you have a better understanding of what is taking place. You can relate to Imam Hussein and the message of humanity. And you can probably join us later on. Even if you don't join Islam, you can still join the message of Imam Hussein. Because of one of us, human nature is not a religious nature. Ya Hussein. 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 Even though tonight is the night of Hussein, the first garment, a flag that is familiar today, many people. A flag that is very controversial around the world today. A flag that just like Imam Hussein had to endure difficulties and hardships in order just to exist. Just the whole world just existence. The flag is the flag of Palestine. Are people who are going through such difficulties right now that it's difficult to describe and explain how difficult that situation is. Why do we have this flag? Because every time we see someone being oppressed, every time we see someone being killed innocently, every time we see someone who is hungry, who's going through difficulties, we remember a message from Imam Hussein that said, all my followers, wherever you are in the world, whenever you see someone being oppressed or you see someone thirsty, remember me. Or if you see someone who is a stranger or who is murdered, remember me. And so when we look at Palestine today, we see that there are so many parallels between what has taken place in Palestine and what took place with Imam Hussein 1400 years ago. That men, women and children are being killed en masse while the world looks on and says nothing. That a powerful army, Imam Hussein would have come up against an army of 30,000, while himself and his family members and followers were simply 72. You see sometimes here, if you were to look, you see flag night, they come out with 72 flags and they walk down the streets. Each flag represents one of the people who were martyred alongside Imam Hussein in Karbala.
I'm giving him a chance to actually explain what is going on. I thank you for joining us at Gartsy, and later we will kind of go over what's going on. But I don't want to interrupt what he's saying at this point.
They have no airport. They have nothing. They have been blockaded for 76 years, are up against an army with the most sophisticated weapons in the world. Their enemies test their weapons against the innocent Palestinians in their homes and then go sell it across to other countries across the world. The Palestinians, just like Imam Hussein, are denied water and food. They have been blockaded. Imam Hussein and his family, they were blockaded also and denied food and water for 3 days until they were killed thirsty. The similarities between Imam Hussein in Karbala and what's taking place in Palestine today, it left us with no choice but to stand up and speak about it. Imam Hussein's 6-month-old child was shot with an arrow while in his arm in Karbala. Last night you had something called Small Husay. Small Husay is a night when they bring out these smaller replicas, these smaller tadjahs. The Small Husay is the night when they remember Ali Asghar, the 6-month-old son of Imam Hussein, who was killed and shot in the arms of Imam Hussein. The 6-month-old child who was killed in the arms of Imam Hussein, shot with an arrow. In Palestine today, you see mothers walking with their children, and they are sniped. There are stories of women walking with their children, fleeing violence. Not warriors, not people fighting. Women walking, fleeing violence. And their children are shot in their arms, and they have to leave them at the side of the road and continue walking, otherwise they'll be shot also. The similarities are so detailed and so precise. 1400 years ago, these people were oppressed and killed. And now in 2024, we see in a similar situation. Because history repeats itself. The human nature is that if you aren't a good person, if you lose your compassion, if you lose your mercy, if you lose your humanity, you will repeat the actions of those tyrants of old. The tyrants of times gone by. When you look at the Jews and what they had to endure with Pharaoh, he killed their sons in mass because he thought that one of them would rise up and take his place. Now you see the Palestinians are being killed in mass in their own homes, their children, their sons, treated like animals. And so tonight, we raise this flag of Palestine because the underlying message of Hussein gives us no choice but to remember the Palestinians as part of Imam Hussein's cause and his mission. That wherever you find someone who is oppressed, wherever you find someone who is in need, wherever you find someone who is facing cruelty, you must remember the name Hussein. Ya Hussein.
Ya Hussein.
Ya Hussein.
Ya Hussein.
Ya Hussein.
Ya Hussein.
Salawat.
Allahumma salli ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad.
And so, as we wrap up, I want us to make up dua. A dua in Arabic is simply a prayer, a supplication. That for the sake of this man who we are remembering tonight, we ask Allah, we ask God to help our country to reform itself. All the murders that we are experiencing, all the young men who are dying in the streets, we ask for the name and the sake of this Hussein to end the bloodshed. Guide our youth. Guide those who are misguided. Those who are seeking answers, give them those answers. Those who are seeking help, help them to find the necessary help that they are looking for. Those who are in need, provide for them. Those who need shelter, provide that shelter for them. Those who are thinking that no one cares about them and that they are alone and they are wandering this earth and wandering this country thinking that they have no help, provide that answer for them. Send the helping hand. Send that person in this time of distress and in this time of need. Send that person that they need. Oh Allah, for the sake of Imam Hussain alayhi salatu wasalam, we ask, forgive our sins, forgive our lapses. Forgive us the mistakes that we make even though we know better. Help those who are looking up to us that we have disappointed. Help them to understand that we are also flawed. And guide them as we wish to be guided. Protect our women in society. Our women are facing unprecedented violence in our society. Every day we hear about some domestic violence cases that end up into a murder or a murder-suicide. Protect our men. Help our men to become real men, like Husayn and Abbas. That they live with honor and they die with honor. That they prefer death over dishonor. Because Imam Hussain was faced in a situation where he could have said, yes, okay, I pledge my allegiance to corruption. I give my approval to the evils that are going on in the society. But instead he said, nah, I prefer to die before I give my hand to an evil tyrant. This is honor. This is what our young men today are missing. They have no examples of honor in the society. They have no honorable men to look up to. Many of the fathers, when things become difficult, they run. Many of the women, they know that the fathers are providing and they're doing their job, and they put pressure on them and create situations that the children have no fathers in their lives. Oh Allah, help us to get back our families in society. The families are broken up. There are many people who can't even go to their own brothers and sisters' homes. Long ago, your family used to welcome you. Now families are fighting. The bloodshed is in-house, not even outside. And the Prophet Muhammad spoke about this. He said that in the end times, the bloodshed will become so widespread that people will become neutral to it. That you can see a body lying in the road and you just pass it straight like nothing happened. No value for life. The problem is that everybody values their own life and don't value the life of others. A man can look at young men who are growing up and looking for examples and say, come join a gang, knowing that they will die within a couple of years. And he's still living for 20 years. His life going on. But you have the young men in the streets shooting each other. We come from Nelson Street. We have a center on Nelson Street. We see it every day. Who from Duncan, who from Nelson, from John, but they don't own the houses that they live in. The government just put out a whole block and demolished the block after years of fighting and calling itself from this area and that area, fighting people because of what area they're from. The government just demolished a whole block and removed them from there. What gang they belong to now? So we ask Allah, guide our young men, guide our fathers, make them become father figures, not just become fathers. Let them become father figures, people of honor, people who treat their women correctly, their children right. So in society can understand where we are at and where we want to go. Inshallah, we ask in the name of Allah. Our Christians call him God. It's the same word translated. We ask Allah, for the sake of Imam Hussain, who we remember on this night, to grant us all these things that we have asked and more. Things that we haven't thought about, things that we don't know about. Give us what is good in this life and good in the hereafter. And save us from the fire, inshallah. Salawat. So as I said, brothers and sisters of St. James, we have free water, we are giving out all night. We have pamphlets, we have interaction, you can come and ask, discuss, understand what is the message of Hussain. This isn't anything that is counteractive to what is going on in the streets. These are our brothers and sisters, we are simply explaining what they are doing and the message behind their movement. So come and check us out, we are here all night. You can get our contact and understand what's taking place. Ya Hussain. Ya Hussain.
Okay, this is a I would say it's a 2-night celebration or commemoration of Hussain. And this is in St. James in Trinidad. And it's happening right now. This all started back in Trinidad back in 1854. And it has continued ever since. So what we have here is the commemoration of someone who has died in a Kabbalah. And so I'm going to try to find someone who really understands what's going on more so, and hopefully we'll get a short discussion.
No. Let's see what they have there.
Thank you so much for discussing that. I'm here. I'm actually here, but I don't know if you're going to be on talking to people about sort of the reasoning behind it. And just a short, so that I follow you all the way. So you're following us. I gathered a bit of information, but for those who join on late, I wanted to get a little bit more.
Okay.
I'll sort of just wrap it up so while we're here today.
Okay.
You good with that?
No problem.
Okay, then.
Yeah.
All right. What's your name? Javari. Okay.
So basically Husay is good, my voice is gone. So.
I know.
Yeah. Husay is basically the derivative of the name Hussain. Hussain is the grandson of the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, who died 1400 years ago in a place called Karbala. So you see, when they take the tadjahs, they go to curiosity grounds and they call it Karbala.
Right.
He died in Karbala alongside his brothers and family and stuff, and his young son alias Gar. So from that time until now, because of the way that he died and what he stood up for, people take a stance to come out and remember his name every single day. Here in Trinidad, people don't know that Husay is about that. They thought it was a festival for all these years because the Tasa is something that they associate with festivities and stuff.
Right.
But the Tasa actually has a meaning. The drums and stuff that you hear actually has a meaning. The Tasa represents the horse's hooves in the battle that he fought in.
Right.
The heavy drums, they are war drums because the enemies that he faced, it was 72 in his camp versus 30,000.
Right.
The enemies that he faced, they came out with war drums, enticing people to come and fight him. So he would have come up against 30,000 and the people who are here doing the Tasa and the drumming and all those things, they would have taken the traditions and the rituals. They came from Iraq, came to Iran, went to India, and came across the indentured laborers. So in every place, they got a different piece of culture and different shapes, but it's the same commemoration.
Right.
We actually go back as close as possible to the original commemoration, the way that they commemorated in Iraq.
Right.
But the circle that it took to come across here from India, a lot of the Muslims in Trinidad even know that it's an Islamic thing.
Right.
Because a lot of the culture got mixed into it.
Right.
The underlying cause is still the same. It's Imam Hussain,
Right.
the grandson of the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, who died in a brutal way. They held them thirsty for 3 days and 3 nights. Then they circled them, killed his little children, talking about 11-year-olds, 12-year-olds. His son was 6 months old, they shot him with an arrow that split his throat from ear to ear.
Right.
And then they beheaded him, Hussein. They put their heads on spears. It's a gruesome story.
Right.
So the way that he died, not just the way that he died, but why he died in that way. It wasn't that he stood up and he was a tyrant or he was a murderer. He was someone calling for justice. And then they killed him in the most brutal way, as if he was someone who was, some murderer or something.
Right.
So because of that, the way that he died and the message of Imam Hussein's story resonated with people for years.
Right.
And even his grandfather, the Prophet Muhammad, he prophesied about his death.
Right.
And he said that when he dies, a heat will raise in the hearts of people that will never die.
Right.
And we see that 1400 years still, people still calling the name of Hussein.
Right.
Even though they don't understand. Here in Trinidad in 1884,
Right.
you had people who died in Palestine and San Fernando. A lot of people who died weren't even Muslim. They didn't even know about Imam Hussein and World War, but because Hussein was something that they participated in, they understood the message was something that they supported.
Right.
And even in Karbala, when Imam Hussein died, amongst the 72 who died, they were Christians. There was a young Christian boy who got married, and Imam Hussein invited him, said, I'm going to take a stance against injustice. And the boy said, okay, well, I'm going to join him. And when he joined them, he died alongside Imam Hussein.
Right.
So the message transcends religion.
Right.
Even though we are Muslims and we're talking about it, it still transcends religion.
Okay.
It's something that is universal. Anybody who hears the message of peace and love and all that, they automatically, I want that,
Okay.
Especially if you look at your society today, it's something that is needed. So every year the Husay comes out, we're just trying to show people what's the message behind the Husay.
Now, the battle, when did that actually happen? How long ago was
In the
it?
year 688.
Okay. 600.
Yeah.
Okay, good. So now the indentured servants, the what became the Indo-Caribbean, they came over now and they continued it since 1854.
So when they came across in the 1800s to the Caribbean, before that, the story is the history of
how the Husay came across here is that in Iraq is where the battle took place. Imam Hussein is buried there. These gold domes that you see here in the background,
Right.
is actually pictures of the shrine in Iraq.
Okay.
So in Iraq, you have a culture and a history of the people who understand and support him and follow him. They have been commemorating his death for years. The movement moved to Iran after some years because Iran became, in the Islamic history, you have different denominations. The major denominations are Sunnis and Shias. So Iran previously would have been a Zoroastrian country, which is fire worshippers sort of country. Eventually it became Shias by one of the sultans who was across there. So they adopted the practices and the cultures and the rituals of the Shias in Iraq also. From there you had someone who was called a Sayyid. A Sayyid is what you call the family of the Prophet, a descendant of the Prophet. They are known as Sayyids. So you had a descendant of the Prophet from Iran who went across to India to do business. But he was also someone of knowledge. So where he settled was in a place called Uttar Pradesh in India, or Bihar, that region, Uttar Pradesh. That region was one of the regions where a lot of the indented servants came from. So when he was across there, he used to, because he was far from his home, he paid someone to create a replica of the shrine of Imam Hussein in India, in Bihar. And then being someone with influence and all that, people started becoming more and more Shias around him, and they began the culture and the custom of creating replicas. And it became gradually a part of their culture over years, a custom. So by the 1800s, when you had the Indians coming to indentership, Uttar Pradesh and Bihar would have been one of the major cities that participated in what is known as Ashura. Ashura being the 10th, meaning 10th in Arabic, the 10th day of the Islamic holy month is Ashura. So that's the day that Imam Hussein died. So across there they call it Ashura. When they came across here, and the people going through the streets like we were calling Hussein, the British said Hussein, they didn't hear Hussein, so they dubbed it as Hussein. So that name stuck, and they just continued it until now.
Right.
So it came across from Iraq, went to Iran, went to India, and then came across here.
Right.
Even the names that you have here in the streets on different places, it is reflective of the Indians and when they came across here. You have 5 rivers.
Right.
What is 5 rivers? In Shia Islam, we believe that there are what is called the Holy Five. The Prophet, his daughter, his son-in-law, Imam Hassan, Imam Hussain. These 5, they are called different, like they create different examples or analogies for the 5. So sometimes it's the hand because it has 5 fingers. Sometimes it's the 5 stars. Sometimes they are called the 5, the Panjatan. 5 rivers, according to some people, they said it was also named 5 rivers because of these personalities. Like a lot of the Shias settled in 5 rivers. If you look at the name of a lot of the streets, there are Shia names in Trinidad and Tobago, like Husayn, Ali Akbar, that was the son of Imam Hussein. Ali Asgar was his son. Abbas was his brother. Zainab was his sister. Zain al-Abidin was his son. So you have a lot of these names around Trinidad and Tobago, even amongst the people, the descendants of the East Indians who came here.
Right.
Because if you look at the archives, many of their forefathers were Shias. And they just gave them the names that they naturally would love. But because the message and the beliefs and the creed was lost, the messages that the underlying messages of the belief was lost. A lot of them just have the names today, but they don't understand where it came from.
Right.
But that history of the movement of Imam Hussein, it came all the way across here, from Iran, through Iran, India, and then across here.
Right. Now, why is everyone wearing black? Is this part of the mourning or the...
If you go to Iraq now,
Right.
between 2 days, Ashura, which is the 10th day, and then 40 days after Ashura is known as Arba'in. Because it's a mourning procession, you wear black, you wear all black.
Okay.
So between now and Arba'in, it is known as the period of mourning for the Shias. So you have 10 days of Ashura, 10 days of Muhammad, the first 10 days up until Ashura, which is the 10th day when Imam Hussein was killed.
Right.
And then from that day you have 40 days until Arba'in.
Okay.
So for that entire period, it's a period of mourning. You wear black, you see the drapes in the mosques, black and different things like that. So it's a mourning period.
Now, the band on the head, what is that? The band?
Just
Right.
just wear that band. Just
Okay.
on
It
the
just...
band,
Right.
It says, for example, Yabul Fadl Abbas, which is Imam Hussein's brother Abbas.
Right.
It just says like the names Imam Hussein, Ya Hussein, Ya Abbas, Ya Zainab, because his names
Okay.
basically on the back.
Okay.
But in
Okay.
Arabic.
Okay. Now, these particular these were the Tajas.
Yeah.
Right? They were built by who? Who?
Yards. They donated them to us.
The what?
The yards that build the tadjahs,
Right. Yeah.
they donated them to us.
Oh. Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
So
Okay.
in the small Hussein, they
Right.
build these small ones. And they come out on the 9th night, which is not a small Hussein.
Right.
Why did they build the small ones? Because it represents the son of Imam Hussein, which was the 6-month-old son,
Right.
who died.
Okay.
So it's known as Ali Asgar's night, small Hussein.
Right.
So we got these donated. We have a number of different ones. Even back in the mosque, we have a number of them.
Okay. Okay. I thank you so much.
No problem.
Thanks a lot. I
Yeah,
appreciate it. All right. All right. Well, it's really important to find an expert or someone who understands exactly what's going on, and I was able to do that. We're moving on to see some more of what is going on here, and then later on we're going to go and when the Tasa comes out and the Tadjahs come out, which are a sort of a tomb. It commemorates the tombs of the people who died in Kabbalah. And so we're going to take a look at those as well. It's such an art to actually doing this. Here they're serving food and giving out food, and kids are playing and having a good time. Now, this is not a celebration, and it's very important that for the Muslims that this is not misconstrued as a celebration. What in essence it is, it's a commemoration of those who died in Kabbalah. I'm going to take a look at what's going on here. And this is one of the Tadjahs.
The truth is, your Fatima, Lady of Light, is my mother. So why, brother, when we both Hail Mary and love Fatima? I am Husayn, the reformer, upholding the ways of my grandfather, and yes, I took a stand because I know the enemy's plan is to get everyone aboard his sinking ship. And that's why that trip to Karbala was so historical. Who else besides the Hussein could be so radical? To say no to normalizing wrongs like Tim and Jim say it, I do. Don't look at me straight, the Bible has it too. Lot took a stand just like me. And just like me, it came with a cost. He lost his wife, I lost my friends and family. But what an exchange.
Going to head in the direction of the Tasa.
Immortal memory. Hussein, the revolutionary. Hussein, the one who changed the course of history. Hussein, the devil
The
has
streets are
prevailed
actually
over
closed off for
humanity.
tonight. It's locked off at 10 o'clock, so on any
Yasin,
traffic in the streets. And
Yasin,
we're going to see a lot of
Yasin.
Tadjahs and
If I didn't take a stand
spinning
to
moon
reform the religion
and
of my grandfather, polygamy won't stand a chance. Don't
procession
touch
of some
my
kind.
side. I wonder which one I pick, a wife or a side chick. That's not a trick
Heading up
question,
to
my sister. See,
where I think everything is starting from.
the front on us, but glorify horn and indexify invasion. That these marriages torn and half shattered to pieces. No mental peace when he or she walks out the door. You are not sure what destiny lies in store or what lies are in store for your very ears. Too much that cares in the name of personal liberty. The narrators they use they become taller and taller and taller and taller. Please watch. I am today
If you have any questions about this commemoration, please feel free to drop your questions in the comments, and if I can't answer it, which most likely I cannot, I will find someone who I believe can. People are assembling, and I could see one of the tadjahs coming down. So we're heading in that direction.
The road will expand. Exactly.
This is Trinidad, and we are in St. James, Trinidad. It's in Port of Spain, an area in Port of Spain, and actually we're getting down. We could see the police on the other side, and we're getting to the one of the tadjahs, I believe, on that side. What you're hearing in the air is the song of the Tasa and Tasa drummers. There's a guy here beating the Tasa. We're gonna, I guess they're just like warming up at this time. See a Tasa here. And this instrument is played with like two really flexible sort of sticks. All of there. I'm gonna go to the other side here. Be careful down here. Let's get round over right in front of the police. So for those of you who know Trinidad very well, we're in St. James heading on Western Main Road heading west. We're heading towards Cocorit. When we get over that bridge there, that starts Cocorit. Yeah, St. James is definitely one of the towns that actually doesn't sleep. A lot of the businesses have moved over to the avenue now, or Peter Avenue, but St. James still has its own crowd, and this commemoration has always happened in St. James, but right now it's just really getting started. So this is one of the tadjahs, and there are other tadjahs coming out from different. Let me stop where you can hear me. There are other tadjahs coming out from different areas, and they're all going to meet and circle the block with the Tasa and the tadjahs. As we walk away from one Taja, we're heading to another Taja. Yes, this is St. James, Port of Spain, Trinidad. That is exactly enough Tasa to last a lifetime. And the heights of those Tasa drums, I actually forgot to wear my earplugs. It is so loud. It's unbelievable. I'm literally resting my ear. You would realize in the crowd there's no one dancing or actually celebrating this. This is a commemoration. It is not a festival. And so, although the beats are really rich and melodic, you find really rarely any reaction to the beats because this is a part of a commemoration for the people, the Muslims who died in the Cabal. So we're gonna go back down and join in again. They're gonna march all the way down from here, all the way down the street. Yeah, as far as we could see. And then they're gonna turn and I guess come back around, turn to the right, and then they're supposedly coming back around the other side. If you think this city in St. James doesn't sleep, well, this is a night that I don't believe with the heights of the Tasa anyone would actually sleep. It's extremely loud and the height is just amazing. Really tickles my ear and I literally can't hear. The smells of the air, amazingly, what you really smell a lot of is alcohol like beer and rum and so forth. That's more of the smell in the air. I don't know if it's part of what they do or I don't know, so I can't speak to that, but that's what the whiff I get in the air. A lot of photographers out here, a lot of cameras, a lot of documenting of this commemoration. Again, this has been happening since 1854, I believe. So it has been in Trinidad for a while, brought over by the Indians who came to Trinidad as indentured servants. And it was sanctioned, I believe, by England as a celebration to continue. And so what you have here is something that goes way back to 1854 in Trinidad and Tobago. And as the speaker I spoke to earlier said, this is commemorating something that happened 600. So that's what we're dealing with. So at the end of this whole celebration or commemoration, the tadjahs are going to go all out to sea and be destroyed. record straight on this one. About the alcohol stuff. Yes, there is a smell of alcohol in the air, but just remember that everyone here is not Muslim. They just came out of possibly curiosity or just to find out just to take a look at what's going on and to commemorate this event with the Muslims. So the alcohol may not be coming from the Muslims as much as it may be coming from a lot of outsiders who are just here to spectate. falls, they'll have to stop and go back. So they have to stop the celebration or the commemoration. I am not sure, but I got to get more information on that one. That's quite interesting. No wonder there's a lot of guys here waiting to try to stop the moon from falling. Very careful not to make the moon fall. Okay, the two moons are meeting. just realized that the men who are spinning the moon symbol are all barefooted. So I'm trying to figure out the significance of that. If anybody knows the significance of why they're all barefooted while they're spinning the moon, please comment. Because I don't know. Some are wearing socks and some are barefooted, but definitely no shoes. Like a bit of praying happening on the moon here. Prayer, she's overwhelmed. Oh, okay. Okay, thank you. Okay, so I learned the reason why they're not wearing shoes is because in Islam, anything sacred, you're not supposed to wear shoes. So you can wear socks, just like if you're going into the mosque. You can't wear your shoes out here because this is a religious commemoration. They don't wear shoes, so everyone is either in socks or barefooted. are being cleared really quickly. The umbrellas are coming out. I believe it's the beginning of the end of the commemoration for tonight. It's going to start again tomorrow at 10 a.m. So I'll definitely try to cover that tomorrow at 10 a.m. It's a different part of Hosay, a different part of the commemoration, and we will take a look at that tomorrow live. Yes, the rain held up a bit and people are running back to the streets to follow the tadjah. Seems like it came east and some came from west, and now they are going back in the opposite directions of where they came from. That's what I'm getting from this. The roads right now are very slippery, and obviously some people are wearing socks and some people are barefooted, and spinning this could be a sort of a bad combination. Seems like the rain is not actually holding up. Actually, it's coming down even harder. now heading away from the commemoration, heading in the Port of Spain, deeper into the Port of Spain direction. So I make my way out of this commemoration of Husay, and I urge you, if you like this content, to subscribe and ring the notification bell to see more content like this that centers around the arts, either my work or culture or history or just having fun. Continue to follow and subscribe and comment, and press the like buttons every now and again. Always helps. And yeah, I really thank you for joining me at this commemoration. It's been out for approximately 3 hours and a half, and I think it's time for me to get going. I believe they're going to keep going for the remainder of the night, probably into the morning, it seems like, because of the rotation of the drummers, the rotation of the moon. I don't want to call them swingers, but the ones who spin the moon. They alter between different individuals to do it, which means that no one gets burned out doing it. Similarly, the drummers rotate as well, so no one gets really tired drumming. They could always pass it on to another person to drum, and the drum just gets passed on. So the music never stops, and the spinning never stops. And so I believe they will continue to go all night into the morning. At 10 o'clock tomorrow, I believe they are going to continue in the daytime. I think at that time we will get a greater chance to see the tadjahs, and to see them, in great light, natural sunlight. Tonight, you got a chance to see them with lit, and also getting some of the reflection from different light sources, and that was actually very beautiful. It's so much work, and they come together to do this, these tadjahs, and it takes a lot of work to get them done, only to send them through the streets and eventually dump them. Dump is a heavy word, but get rid of them in the river or ocean. So that would be the end of that. We're coming through St. James now, and heading into Port of Spain proper. And see some little vendors here, hoping that the traffic came up here, but it didn't come this far up. And yeah, you guys are a loyal group. Look at you, still here. A lot of you, I really thank you. Keeping my company on the way back. And yeah, so this street, which is Western Main Road in St. James, we could see ahead of us here, there's, you can see One Woodbrook Place, the buildings here, and ahead of us is actually the sign that says St. James. You can see arching there over, so that's welcome to St. James. Now, as you move past St. James, you get into Woodbrook, and then into really downtown Port of Spain proper. Right here, we're passing by the police station, police barracks, where police go to get trained. That's on this side. A little bit of orientation of Trinidad, and for those of you who are from here and haven't been here for a while, it's a nice orientation to see your city, your country. So Convention Center. For those of you who are into Carnival, this is a major thoroughfare for Carnival. When it happens, a lot of bands go right through here, St. James area. We're coming straight up to the border area that actually borders into Woodbrook. So St. James, Woodbrook, two small communities within Port of Spain. This pharmacy here is actually one of the least expensive pharmacies probably in Trinidad. I don't want to give them a plug, but it's a fact. And it's in St. James. And you can see the sign here as we're coming up to this sign that says welcome. Well, it doesn't say welcome to St. James, it just says St. James. And it says Port of Spain, I believe, at the bottom of it. And if you have seen any of Trinidad James, yeah, Trinidad James. It sounds so weird now I say it, because I haven't said it in such a long time. But Trinidad James is a Trinidadian who sings hip hop, and he's from St. James. I believe Nicki Minaj is also from St. James, and so this is a big sign, St. James. Some of the people that are from St. James who now reside in the USA. So this is the big sign saying St. James. I guess when we cross this river, we're into Woodbrook area. Yeah, it takes a lot of effort sometimes to follow these events, but make no mistake, I do enjoy doing it, and I learn a lot along the way. And so I learn a lot because I have to sort of learn it for you. Sometimes I don't know it. I haven't been to one of these commemorations for a while, so it's really good to come and see it. Okay, so that's about it for me, and I'm signing out. I'm thankful that you stuck with me all this time, and we could see back here is a big power plant here, and you could see St. James, and that's where we were down on that side. And don't forget to comment, like, share, and subscribe. Ring the notification bell for more content like that to pop up when I do go live. Have a good night or good day wherever you are. Thanks again. Bye-bye.